scream while shadows die. I and gods awake from sleep, dragging mankind down so deep. Burn the wires, break the chains, blood and rust will flood the veins. Through the static, hear the call, the machine will claim us all. Poison voices, ghostly cries, circuit sparks behind dead eyes. Crimson storms erase the dawn. Flesh is weak but still lives on. Burn the wires, break the chains. Blood and rust will flood the veins. Through the static, hear the call. The machine will claim us all. Rising fire, fallen pain, dark horizons left in flames. From the void, the tyrants reign. Nothing human will remain. Burn the wires, break the chains. Blood and rust will flood the veins. Through the static, hear the call. The machine will claim us all.
All right. What's up, everyone? We are back. All right, so today we're doing something a little different. We're doing a scene in Blender, inspired by Stranger Things Season 5. So I just started watching Season 5 last night. Finally got around to it. And I think it was episode 2. This one scene caught my eye. This is it right here. I don't know what it is about this scene, but it caught my eye and I really liked it. So I'm gonna try to make this in Blender. Why not? Right? A little something fun. Let's see. So first things first, we got our scene like we usually start with in Blender. If you're familiar with it at all, you get a light, you get a cube, and you get a camera. Step 1. Delete all that nonsense. Don't need it. Step 2. We're gonna go ahead and get our viewport set up. Let's see, can I? Yes, there we go. this is gonna be the UV editor. The scene over here is gonna be the 3D viewport. We'll set that up here in just a second. All right, step one here. Let's get our angle set up. I want to be along the x-axis. Let's go ahead and add plane. Scale that up to about 8. Organization. Everything titled, organized. Fun stuff. This is going to be called... Call this collection build. We'll make another collection. We'll call this one camera. Another collection. We'll call this lighting. Inside of camera, let's go ahead and add us a camera in here. Let's get the angle that we're wanting, roughly. Place it right there. I think it's shift, yeah, Control-Alt-0. Move the camera where we want it. Now, in this scene over here, I hit 0 to get me on the... Where is... Oh, there it is. View. Tool settings. And... Viewer node. Leave that on. Viewport. That'll be fine. We'll just leave that. Zoom in a little bit here. Have our camera there, and then down here is where we're gonna open up our reference image here. This one right here. Open. Alright, we got our reference image down here. Next thing we want to do is go to our camera. Let's get our camera set up in the render. We'll leave it on Eevee for now. Here we go. The output. I want this to be 2560 by 1440. Bump that up to 30. Post-processing. Yep. Depositing, sequencer. Yep, that's all fine. Oh, let's go to render. Now for cycles, we want denoise on. And the viewpoint, we're only going to do about a quarter of samples. Leave everything else the way it is for now. We're going to switch that to GPU processing, though. Go back to Eevee for now. Yeah, we'll stay in solid for now. All right, Lola, what's up? You know, just messing around in some Blender stuff. Relax. Stream. Probably won't be that long of a stream. Recreating a scene from Stranger Things Season 5. Reference images right down here in the bottom left. So we got our camera set up there. Let's go to camera. Let's change our focal length to, let's say 35. Yeah, 35 mil. I think it'll be good. We can always adjust that. Let's see. So for the scene, let's move the camera. On the X, maybe right about there. G on the Z, bring it down just a little bit more on a low angle. Rotate this on the Y axis. All right, we'll see what that looks like. Don't have Netflix. That's unfortunate. Hey, to be honest, I canceled my Netflix as well. I have Stranger Things through other means. That's all I'll say about that. But I was watching it last night, and I was watching episode 2 of season 5. And it got to this scene right here. And this scene, I don't know what it is about this scene that kind of caught my eye. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Figured we would come in. It's a simple scene to make. You know, you got a plane, you got a couple of geometry shapes, some lighting, volumetric fog, some trees, and a night sky. Pretty simple scene setup. And then the people, I don't know if I'm gonna do the characters. I'm definitely gonna put the bikes in the screen in the scene. I'll put the bikes in, and then we'll do a full render. And take that into Photoshop. Maybe do some cleanup work on it. Now, the render could take up to an hour, depending on how crazy things get. Anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour is how long the render will take of the final image. So I may not do that live on stream. And then I'll just do I'll do my Photoshop stuff after the fact and just post it in the Discord. Yeah, wink wink, exactly. Hugo, what's up? Seeing the series, yeah. I haven't finished watching it yet. I think I'm on like episode 3 or 4. I think I'm on episode 4. I think. Let me see where I'm at here on it. Um. Yeah, I'm like at the end of episode 3. That's where I'm at. Yeah, no spoilers, yeah, they got older and annoying. Well, I don't know. I will say this: Will definitely got annoying. My 3 favorite, well, 2 favorite. I won't spoil anything for season 4 if anyone hasn't seen season 4. But my 2 favorite characters, Dustin and Steve. Those 2 together are fantastic. No meta. The Will kid. So in season 1 they were great. Hell, even season 2 they were good. I think Noah something is his name. But like season 1 he was great. Season 2 he was great. Chris with the 25 Canadian. Much appreciated. What's up, dude? We're just messing around in some Blender stuff. I appreciate that 25. Very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. All right, so we got our camera angle roughly set up here. We got a reference image. We got our plane. Let's go ahead and start building some stuff here, shall we? All right, so we're gonna throw. Nope, I did not want that in there. That, and for this, we're gonna go to. We don't necessarily need the render preview for now. We'll leave it in solid view. They have a bromance. Oh, it's dude, Steve and Dustin together are hilarious. Hilarious. I love it. I didn't like Steve at first in season 1 until around the end. Your wife likes Stranger Things. Watch this. So I started to watch season 5 last night. I finally started watching season 5, and super excited. Super excited for season 5. Love Stranger Things. Fantastic show. Fantastic show. My thoughts about it so far is exactly that. Fantastic show. Season 5. Not gonna lie, it kind of sucks that it's the last season. But there is an animated series coming out, Stranger Things: Tales from 85, and it's an animated series which I'm actually super excited to watch because I really love the aesthetic of that animation, of the animation style that they're using. If you haven't seen the trailer for Tales from 85, Stranger Things Tales from 85, definitely go check it out. The art style is freaking phenomenal. Love it. Got bored with Stranger Things after season 2. Barb was your favorite. Barb was pretty cool. Barb was pretty cool. They'll do more stuff because absolutely. And an animation series. Oh my goodness. Yeah, and it's coming out in the fall of this year. So yeah, it's gonna be super cool. I'm gonna watch it. It'll be interesting to see where the story goes from the characters after, like, what's the difference gonna be in the spinoff? You know what I mean? Is the spinoff gonna start from the beginning, or is the spinoff gonna pick up where things left off in season 5? That's the question. I don't know. The trailer doesn't really give too much information. More so a showcase. So, I don't know. All right, so let's go ahead and get things going here. Let's throw some geometry up in here. Let's get a cube. Let's move this probably about right. Probably about right there. What year? Season 5? Oh, shoot, I can't remember. It says it like right at the beginning of episode 1. I think. I know it's late 80s. I think. Because in like season 2? No, season 3. Season 3, right? Yeah, season 3 is the Starcourt Mall. They were watching Back to the Future, which came out in 85. So I think season 5 might be 87, 88, 87, maybe 86. Something like that. I don't know. All right, this is gonna be. Scale it on the Z-axis down just a little bit. It's gonna be a low wall. So what we're doing is we're creating this wall down here. Let's actually get rid of the gizmos here so we can see. Yeah, so it's a low wall. Got a little bump out right there. Maybe a little bit of geometry. No, that's just shadows casting. It does taper down and maybe taper in a little bit, but then you look at this side and it doesn't. So interesting. I think I'm just gonna leave it straight, squared, and I'll add a bevel to the edges so it's not super sharp. $87? Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. But yeah, there's a little bump out right there, so we'll have to get that geometry in there. No big deal. Super easy. Now there is some like drains or something here. I don't know if I'll do those. I might do those. There's none on this side. Now for this paint, what I might do just to make my life easier on the paint. Let's see. You know what? Let's take this. Scale it up on the Z-axis a little bit, and we'll go right about there with it. And then what we need to do, scale it in on the X-axis. It doesn't need to be that big. Right about there. Then we'll scale it on the y-axis. Take it out. Get new glasses tomorrow? Nice. Is that a bridge? No. So there's stairs here. So I'm thinking what we do. So let's move this up on the z-axis. We'll put it into the ground just a little bit, right about there. Go to edit mode here, go to face, select this top face. We'll bring this down. Maybe about like that. I need more foreground. I need more foreground. That seems to be the issue. So let's go ahead and tab out of that. Move this back some more. Maybe like that. It's a pretty decent amount of foreground. Might need a little more, so I think what I'll do is I'll rotate the camera down just a little bit. Right there, right at the edge of the plane. That actually doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. That'll do. That'll do. Actually, I may separate this. First, let's go into edit mode. Let's add some vertices or some edges here. So we'll add. Let's add 3 edges. Let's go into edge mode. We'll take these. Move these down. Maybe about like that. We'll go to this edge. Leave that edge where it's at. We'll take this edge. Let's move this edge up. Get it roughly the same, doesn't have to be perfect. Something like that. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do, pig. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. So, let's go to face select. Let's shift select all these faces here. Ooh, actually, no. Negative. Let's go to the camera view in the big screen. So central is right there at the dot. So I'll probably put Go Control R. So that'll put one right in the middle. Let's go with 2. We can scale it down on the y-axis. About like that. Alright, so that gives us our central loops. Actually, I think what I'm going to end up doing, just deleting this. You know what? Let's go to faces. Let's go to... Where be my X-ray mode? There it is. Select these faces. I'm gonna hit delete faces. Let's go to edge mode here. Let's select this edge, this edge, this one, this one, that one. Actually, what I could do to make my life easier is select the top one and the bottom one. We'll hit F to fill those faces in, fill that face in there. We'll do the same thing with this side. Have to fill that. Go back to face mode. Rid of that. I'm not too concerned about these loops not matching up. I should have did this cut before. Should have made that cut before. That's alright. We don't need it. Don't need it. We don't need it. Oh. Didn't like season 4 because I can't cope with Kate Bush. Hated that. Oh. Oh, the song. Yeah. I think it was a poor choice in soundtrack. Soundtrack, to be honest. But it is what it is. It was the 80s, you know what I mean? It's the 80s. Alright, so let's go back to the camera view here. I think this wall may be just a little bit too tall. So, what I can do... Hold on, let's see if we can add an edge here. Go and hit K for knife. Go ahead and snap it, snap-a-rooney it in place here. Oh! I'll fix that camera view here in a second. Hit enter. That, no, that is off. They had, yeah, they definitely had less annoying singers. I'll be real, like I think a lot of the take this edge mode. You know what? Let's turn on snapping. Let's turn on snapping for edge mode. Was G. Move that edge right there. Or cut there. You know what? I think what I'm gonna do here, instead of making my life difficult, let's just Control Z all this. Instead of doing that, let's go edge mode. Select these edges. Shift select these edges. Shift select these. Shift select those. Shift select those. Shift select those. I'm gonna hit dissolve edges. How about that? We'll resize. Go to face mode here. Let's select this face and this face. Go GZ. Bring it down. Go back to camera view. Put that back in the screen. That looks so much better. Perspective. I think the wall was just too tall. That do be looking better. Yeah. Yeah. Don't know what Blender is. So, okay. So think of it like this. Every video game that you see, every 3D movie, every animation movie, animated film, every single one of those uses a program like Blender. Not necessarily Blender. There's Blender, there's also ZBrush, there's a couple of other 3D software out there, but this is the program that creates all that stuff. All the 3D assets for video games and movies and animated movies and stuff like that. Like this program and programs like this, like ZBrush and others, this is what does that. So if you look on the Discord and you look in the art channel, those 4 scenes, those 4 pictures that I posted in that art channel was made with this program. That's all 3D. It's all 3D stuff. And then I took it into Photoshop and spruced it up a little bit. Post-processing. All right, so we got the wall. That definitely looks better perspective-wise. Let's go back to object mode here. Deselect. And let's hide gizmos. Yeah, that looks much better. I may need to shift the camera over just a smidge. Because if you look at it, it is slightly off-centered in the reference photo. Maybe right about... maybe right about there. All right, we'll go back to the build. This is going to be called the wall. Keep things organized. Been going for 42 minutes, and I have a wall and a ground. Just kind of chilling, though. Chill vibe. Chill, bro. I need to put some seams on... Actually, no. Never mind, because I'm doing something different with the textures. Which brings me back to what I was doing before. Let's go back to the wall. Let's go back to the wall. Why can I not select? Oh, it's because the gizmo is turned off. Overlays is turned off. Let's go back to the wall here. Let's go back into... Oop. Let's go back into edit mode. And now we will add... We'll select this face and this face. Control R. Set up 3. Oh, that didn't work on this side. Alright, so we'll go back to face mode. This, Control R. Up to 3. There we go, now they're even. Now, I want to move these edges up just a little bit. There's a little more space on the bottom. Actually, you know what we could do instead of doing that? Make our life easier. Grab these two top faces. And we'll bring them down. Boom. Yeah. That'll work, because you can see it's a little bit less up top than it is the bottom. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because I'm fixing to separate these two central pieces. Because I'm going to make my life easier with textures. And just do color ramps in the shading. Instead of actual textures. I'll go in here and I'll make materials and whatnot for the wall. But I'm going to separate these two central pieces to get that green and orange separation. That way I could do color ramps on each part. So we'll have a white, we'll have a green, and we'll have an orange, and then a white. So this top and bottom are going to be the same thing with the same material, and then the middle is going to be separated. Just a little something easier than having to do UV unwrapping, cutting seams, and all that stuff. And like this, when I do this, when I take this into Photoshop and I do post-editing, post-processing, and stuff like that, you're not going to be able to notice anyways. Because I'm going to do like a full edit on it. It's hard to explain. I have the idea in my brain. It's in my skull. All right. But I think it's going to look cool after I'm done with it in Photoshop. Again, like I said, the render in Blender may take about 30 minutes to an hour to do, so I may not do that on stream. And then I'll take it into Photoshop off stream. I'll do everything in there. And then I'll post the final results in Discord. And all of that. So, all right. So we're in edit mode right now. Okay, so we'll go out of edit mode. So what we need to do over here is we need to add a little bump out. We need to add a little bump out. We'll go back into edit mode. Go into edge. And let's control R. You know what? Let's throw 2 right there. We'll scale it in on the y-axis. Right about there. Let's go back a little bit. Let's scale that a little bit more on the y-axis. Maybe like that. Scale that back up just a smidge. Just a smidge-rooney. Yo, Epic Danny, what's up, man? What's up? You see it? We just playing around with some Blender stuff, having a little fun. Gotta get my camera back to not being funky here. All right, so what we'll do then is we're gonna take these faces. We're just gonna extrude these out on the x-axis, maybe about like that. So I'm looking at my viewport on the left, and you can see just enough shadow there to tell that there's an object, little bump out there. I mean, I could take it out even further, but realistically, that bump out is probably only about like that right there. And the lighting setup and everything is going to make that pop a little bit more. No, I don't have a command for meta yet. I'm going to add that into the rules, though. I need to update my rules command and get that all updated to have the no meta thing in it. All right, now what I can do might be a little too far. We may have to change the perspective of our camera just a smidgen. Actually, let's take our camera. Let's actually hold up. Let's go here. Go out of edit mode. We'll go back to object mode here. We'll go to camera. We're gonna move this on the x-axis in just a little bit, right about there. That looks a little better now. Kazim, what's up? That's just spoilers? What do you mean? Meta? Meta, yeah, metagaming is, I guess, is you can compare it to spoilers, yeah. So basically, metagaming is like, if somebody in chat tells me something that somebody else is doing in an RP server, so like if they're stream sniping somebody and they come into my chat and say, hey, this person is over here doing this, that's metagaming. If they provide me with any information that I do not find out within RP, that is metagaming. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Don't tell me what. So like if I'm LEO on the RP server, right? If I'm LEO and I'm searching for somebody comes into my chat and says, hey, they're here at this location, you can find them there, that's metagaming. Giving me information that I do not find out in character in the server is metagaming. All right. So what we can do now is actually so we can do this one of two ways, I think. So we need another plane, actually. We need another plane. Yeah, and that's a bannable offense in server and in my streams. I after some shenanigans that we had going on, like that's another reason why I haven't really been streaming RP content, is because I there was some meta going on, and it kind of killed the vibe for me. So I've been kind of off of the server for a little bit. Can't cope with watching more than one stream at a time. That's fair. That's fair. All right, so let's add another plane in here. Let's go shift. Nope, not shift S. We don't want that. Shift A. We'll add another plane. Let's move that back on the x-axis right about there. We'll move it up on the z-axis right about there. We'll zoom in, get a little look-see at this. Move that back down on the z-axis. Yeah, that'll work. That'll do. Then we're going to scale this on the y-axis. Take it up. About the same as the wall. Doesn't need to be super duper big. Same with the back. We don't necessarily need it to be super duper deep. We'll go ahead and scale it. Actually, no. What we'll do, we'll go into edit mode, go to edge mode. We'll select this edge, and we will move this on the x-axis. We'll move that back a little bit. All right, now what we'll do is we're gonna do top-down view here. Let's Control R, and we'll bump that up by 2, and then we'll scale that down on the y-axis right about there. We're gonna Control R again, and we'll place that there, and we're gonna move this down to about right there. We're gonna go face select and delete face. Now you might be wondering, now I have a giant hole. What is that for? That's for the stair insert. That way we get some depth on the stairs. Some depth on the stairs, you know? Speaking of stairs, let's go ahead and move on into les stairs. And this is going to be top ground. So top ground is this top piece up here. Get out of edit mode here. And then ground is going to be this bottom one here. Then we got the wall right here. I do still need to separate that geometry in the wall. So let's go into edit mode here. Go ahead and select faces. And we'll control... Or no, sorry. Shift select. Excuse me. Shift select. I'm gonna go ahead and grab all these faces. That one and that one. Shift select that. And then we're also gonna shift select all of these. Select that one. And we're going to hit P to separate. Why is it P? I don't know. We're going to separate it by selection. Now it is its own geometry. So I can select that. G on the X, and now it is separate from what I had before there. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to go back to the wall. We'll call this piece right here orange wall. Spell that correctly. Orange wall. This wall is going to be white wall. Go back to this. Go into edit mode. Same thing with this. We're going to shift select all of these walls. All these faces, rather. Shift select all of these. Shift select that. Shift select this. Get in here. Shift select all of these. And we'll select all of these. Shift select all of these. Make sure I have all of that. And then P again, select to separate it by selection. Go out of edit mode. We'll go back into this, and we're going to call this green wall. Actually, you know what? Let's call it wall green. Wall orange. Wall white. That way all the walls are together. And then we'll do ground top, ground bottom. There we go. So we got the grounds together. We got the walls together. I like for everything to be in alphabetical order, so that's why I did it that way. That way all the walls are together, but they're in alphabetical order by green, orange, and white, right? Same with the ground bottom, ground top, alphabetical order. So if I get a long list of items in my my scene collection, it's easy to find things, and I could also just search for it as well. So organization is key. That's why I have 3 sections here for the build. You can call it build, geometry, whatever you want. Usually in like Unreal or Unity, I'll call it geometry. And then camera and lighting separately. So you can quickly access all your stuff. All right. We got those selections all separated. So we got our ground top, ground bottom. We got our section that's going to be the green wall. We got our section that's going to be the orange wall. We have our section that's going to be the white wall. Going to build here. Let's zoom in just a little bit, right about there. Let's go ahead and add a cube. I'll scale this down on the Z-axis. Right about there. Actually, let's scale that proportionally. We'll do a complete full scale. Actually, what I could do is scale it, and then we'll hit Shift Y. So that's going to scale it on the Z and the X axis, but leave it the length it is on the Y axis. So we're going to take it to about right there. Then we're going to scale it on the X axis to make it just a little bit deeper. Right about there. Let's move it up on the Z axis. Actually, for this one, we could leave it right about there, because you can see in the steps, there's one that's lower, kind of inset into the ground. So that's going to be this piece. So let's move it back on the X axis. We're going to put this one right in front. There we go. Scale it down on the Y-axis to right about there. Move it back on the X-axis. So it looks like the first two steps. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do it like this. Right about there. Scale it some more on the Y-axis, where it's just barely clipping into the wall there. And then, now I could do an array modifier. All right. I could do an array modifier. So if I just do, and actually, wait a minute. If I'm going to do an array modifier, what I need to do is Control A. Let's apply scale, rotation, and location. That way we are zeroed out in the transform. And then let's go to array modifier. Generate, we're going to go legacy. On the x-axis, we're going to go -1. On the z-axis, we're going to go 0.5. Yeah? Let's actually bump that a little bit more. Let's go, instead of 0.5, let's go 0.8. Or should we just do the full 1? Yeah. All right. Makes doing stairs so much easier. How many steps are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't have to be exact, but I would like for it to be. Go ahead and go 2. Let's delete that for now. Let's take this, scale it up on the z-axis. Wait a minute. Why do that? Scale it up on the z. Why do that? Oh, I know why I did that. Okay, there we go. Scale it on the z-axis. Make that a little beefier. Move it back. about like that. First thing we need to do, get the scale correct, right about there. Move on the x-axis out about like that. And then let's try the array modifier legacy. I'm gonna move this to -1, this to 1. One, 2, 3, and 4. So if I do scale now, let's do that. Let's get this moved back into position, right about there. Actually really good where it's at. Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like it a lot. All right, so we'll do that. And then we need to close up this section here. So I think what I'll do is I'll add a solidify modifier to this one. Will give us some thickness of say 0.25. See, senor. And we can go ahead and apply that modifier. And then what we could do, let's go into edit mode here. Let's go to face select. We'll select this face. Let's select this face. Right. Let's go ahead and separate that into its own geometry. So ground top. I'm gonna call this wall stairs. Ground top is fine. All right, so we separated this into its own geometry so we can do our color modifier, or our color ramp, and our what you call it, noise texture and bump nodes and all that stuff for it. Because again, we're not going to use actual textures. We're just going to use color ramps and noise and bump nodes and stuff. Maybe there might be one item that I use it for. And actually the trees and the pole itself, I think we'll use an actual textures. Other than that, so the ground is going to be done by color ramps, texture, noise, bumps, and stuff like that. Similar to what I did in Similar to what I did in this. Now I have like this texture on the ground here. But it's going to be much more filled out, and the depth of field and everything is going to be enough to where you're not going to notice that this is not actual foliage, leaves and stuff on the ground. So let's jump into this, and all right, everything is looking good as far as, and you know what? There may actually be just a slight angle in the camera. Might be just a slight angle in the camera. So what we'll do is rotate this on the Z-axis. Too far. This, and then we'll move it on the Y-axis again. About like that. So it's on a slight angle, but still central, if that makes sense. You can see it right there. So it's still central, but it's on a slight angle, off-centered. So you get that perspective. And the reason I say that is because if you look at the angle of these, the stair rails, that tells me that the camera is positioned off to the right just a little bit, picking up that different perspective. It's a little confusing though, because when you look at this camera right here, or this rail right here, it looks straight on, but it's all perspective. It's all perspective. So it's shifted just a little bit to the right with a little bit of an angle to the left. So that's why you have a bit more pronounced shadow on this. All right, so now what we can do, we got our stairs, we got our wall, we got our bump out, we got our top ground, got our bottom ground. We can add this in right here. So there's 3 of them, and there's probably only going to be be one there, one there, one there. Maybe spread them out just a little bit more. So yeah, there's going to be 3 in the camera view. Now, big mistake that I've made here. Big mistake. Have not saved it yet. Let's call it Stranger Things 01.blend. All right, there we go. Now we can just Control S to save. Always save your work. Always save your work. All right, so this is what we're looking at so far. We got all this stuff in. So now what we can work on is actually we can go and get the rails in. Yeah, go and get the rails. So in order to do the rails, we're gonna do stuff a little bit simple. So this is a cube. We're gonna call this stairs. All right, there we go. Go to build, Shift A. Let's add a mesh, and we're going to add a cylinder. In this cylinder, we're going to give it maybe 40 vertices. I'll adjust the radius and stuff, and then we're going to do a shade smooth. We'll scale this down right about there. We'll scale it again, but we will shift Z. Oh, shift. Wrong button. Let's go to this. We will scale it again. Shift Z. Scale it everywhere but the Z axis. Perfect. This is working out great. Let's move it up on the Z though. Right about there. So what I need to do is actually get it up on the edge of the wall there so I can get a rough idea of the size. Let's X and right about there. Shy, what's up? What's up? And let's move it on the Y-axis right about there. Now, question is, where do the rails fall in reference to the stairs? Basically right on the edge. Comes down to right on the edge, which I think this should be fine where it's at. Click off of it so we can see. Perfect. All right, so we'll take this up on the Z-axis and set it just a little bit. Perfect. Let's go into edit mode. We'll go to face mode. Select this top face. We're gonna move it down on the Z-axis. Right about there. Size may be just a little bit too big. We'll go tab out, and then we're gonna go S, Shift Z. Maybe about like that right there. We'll move it on the Y-axis just a little bit. Shift it over. Make sure it's not clipping out of the edge over there. Beautiful. Right there should work. Now what we can do to make our lives easier is we can do this two different ways. We can do an array modifier, or we can do Alt D instead of like Shift D or Control D. So Control C is copy, Control V paste. Shift D is also copy the object, and then or duplicate the object, right? And then Alt D, what that does is it creates, it's the same object, it just creates more instances of the object. So it's less intensive in optimization for a scene, or like if you were doing an animation or a video game or something like that, like it's less instances for your machine to render in. Not render in, they still has to render it in, but it's hard to explain exactly. So like within this cylinder, there will be multiple cylinders instanced within this one mesh object, right? So it stays as one whole mesh, and it's less intensive on a system, if that makes sense. Instead of doing like Shift D, which is duplicate, now you're creating a completely separate object, a completely separate mesh. So there's a couple ways you can do that. Now you can do the array modifier like we did with the stairs, So like with the stairs, that is one mesh, right? Open this up, it is one mesh with a modifier, right? So if we did that with this, for example, let's add an array modifier. Zoom in. On the X, we want the X to be 0. And on the Y, we want this to be 1. Actually, that's going to be -1. So if we look at this, the first rail is going to be just about to that bump out. Boom. Like that. All right. So we'll make that an even -70. And then we just do the count, bump the count up. So there's 3 rails. We honestly, that's all we need. Yeah, 3 rails on this side. Yeah, that's it. That's all we need. So again, this is one mesh, one cylinder with a modifier. So it's less intensive and more optimized. And then I can Alt-D that to create another instance of this rail, rotate it, or just move it over and slap it on this side. Which again, still one mesh, but with meshes inside of a mesh, if that makes sense. Hopefully that explained it. So get that set up. So we have 3 rails on this side, also 3 rails on this side. So what I can do is, let's call this Okay, so I need to add 2 rails. Need to add 2 rails. So this, we're going to call this rail vert, or vertical rails, right? And we're going to create another object. And what we want to do is we're going to come into this. We're going to shift right click, put our cursor right on that, right there. And then we're going to add another cylinder. We're going to do 40, that, and then shade smooth. We'll shift S this down, Z this up, scale, and then shift Z this down, right about there. We're going to rotate this on the Y-axis 90 degrees. Oh, no, not 90, not the Y-axis either. It's going to be rotate on the X-axis 90 degrees. Try that again. Rotate on the X-axis 90 degrees. There we go. And now we're going to scale this down just a little bit more. Right about there. And then now we're going to scale this on the Y-axis. Something about like that right there. and we'll move it on the y-axis. So we're going to overlap just a little bit to give that look of the pipe or the rail is sticking just past this, like it would on a real deal there. Now we can array modify that. So if we go generate array modifier, and that put it on the x-axis. So we're going to go 0 on the x, and then we're going to go down to the z-axis this time and do 1 there. Oh, just kidding. Not the z-axis. The y-axis. And that is a little confusing because we rotated the object, right? So we didn't apply our rotation and stuff like that. So, for example, what I could do here is let's do that, and let's Control A, apply the rotation. Now the rotation is zeroed out, right? Now if I did an array modifier, that's still on the x-axis, right? So we're going to go 0 on the x-axis. Now on the y-axis, it's on the true y-axis of the world, not the object. So when I rotated the object, the y-axis was still thinking it was left and right of the object, right? But in the world view, it's on the z-axis. So by applying that rotation, we've reset the object's orientation to the world. And now with this array modifier, we go in and do the z-axis. That moves it up and down the way it should be instead of what it was doing before, left and right. If any of that makes sense. So it's important also to always apply your rotations and scales and stuff. Right now, I'm not too concerned about scale. I'll go through and apply the scales and all that stuff. The reason this stuff matters is when you go to UV unwrap, or if you go to sculpt anything, then not applying your scales and rotations can really mess things up. Make things real funky like, you know what I mean? Alright, so for this second rail, we're just going to bring it down about halfway. Right about there. Should be good. And if we zoom in... Yeah, see, this top one sticks out just a smidge. And then this one does not stick out. So we could shift this on the y-axis to something like 0.001. 0.002 ish. 0.003. And now it blends in with this rail like it does here. Right? You don't see that second rail sticking out on this, but you do the top. Now the top one could stick out just a little bit more. And actually, they're uneven. We may make that second rail separate anyways. It is uneven. It's a bit wonky. Doesn't have to be exact again. This is just something that's inspired by the scene. Not necessarily a duplicate or one-to-one recreation, however you want to say it. So this is going to be rail horizontal. So we could take these two objects right here. So we'll select this hierarchy and then select this hierarchy, and we will hit M and move to collection 4. And then we're going to move collection 4 into the build. No objects selected, sir. Excuse me. So we'll select this hierarchy, select hierarchies. Oh my god. Okay, so you know what? Within build, let's take... Let's get rid of that. We'll take this, place it in build. There we go. Rail... Nope, that is the other right. The rail left. Alright. There we go. Now we have a collection with the rails all together. So what we could do now is... So the array modifier is still there. What we can do is apply that array modifier, and then we'll do this, and also apply that array modifier. We'll take this whole thing, and I am just going to Shift D this, that, and then GY, move it like so. Rotate on the Z-axis 180, and then move it again on the Y-axis like so. Now take this, shift it a little bit on the Y-axis, and then for this right here, what we'll do is we'll go into edit mode, select face, select this face. We're just going to GY that into the rail. Beautiful. Get out of edit mode. Deselect. Get rid of that. There we go. Let's Shift S, cursor to world origin. So now we're looking very similar to what we got in our reference photo there. We got a little bit longer rail over here, spaced out a little further from the edge. This one's closer to the edge with less of a overhang on that bar. Both are in line with the vertical rail and all of that. Now what we'll do is we'll create this so you can see just slightly. This one has a flat section up top and bottom with a separate support pipe in the middle that appears to come down. Interesting. Yeah, there's a separate support pipe right there. But I think to make our lives easier, I'm not going to worry too much about that. I'll create 2 vertical pipes with an array modifier, and then we'll create the top rail, array modify it down for the second, and then we'll just duplicate it over to this side, make it a little easier, because this side's a little bit different. Actually, do the 1 support pipe, and we'll put the horizontal pipes directly into this support pipe. So we're taking a little bit of creative liberty here. Why does that look funky like that? Why does that look funky like that? Oh well. Once we throw it into Photoshop and all that stuff, you're not even gonna notice any of that. So I'm not worried about that. Here we go. What we can do is in build, we'll go ahead and grab I just noticed something here. Let's go rail. Okay, yeah, here we go. Rails. Rail top. There we go. Then we'll call the next one rail stairs. All right, now we can move on to the next step here. We'll add another cylinder. 40 is fine. We'll go ahead and do this. And let's scale it down. Shift Z. There we go. So we'll scale it on everything but the Z axis. Scale Shift Z a little bit more, right about like that. And now we'll scale it on the Z axis. Something like that. Move it up a little bit, and then go into edit mode, face select, select that face, move it down on the Z axis right about like, it's gonna be over the center rail, but we'll get all that perspective when we're over here. So we'll move this on the X axis right over here to the end of the stairs. Move it over on the Y axis. Want it roughly in line with this top rail. I could do some snapping and stuff like that, but I don't think I'm gonna worry about it too much. Shift it on the Y axis again. Over just a little bit. Maybe right about there. All right, so perspective, we need that a little bit higher. No, actually, that is perfect right there. That is perfect right there. We're gonna have to reset our camera a little bit. That's actually good. It's actually good. So what we'll do is now we're gonna shift D to duplicate. I'm gonna move this on the Y axis. I'll move this in line with this. Shift this over about right there. Let's take this and let's go ahead and shade smooth. We'll take this as well. We'll shade smooth. Now, we're going to call this rail stair right vert 1. This one is going to be same thing. Rail, stair, left, vert, 1. All right, for this one, what I want to do is let's go ahead and Shift D that, and we're going to rotate on the X axis. Nope, just kidding. Rotate on the Y axis. Something like that. Gonna move this on the Y. Nope. Move this on the X axis. We'll go right about like so. Actually, let's give it a little overhang. We're gonna move this up on the Z. Something like that. About halfway. That is money. Move this on the X. About right there. I'm gonna move this down. Right there. Go into edit mode. Face mode. We'll grab that face. And let's move this on the everything but the... Wait. No, that's going to move the whole thing. Let's move it on everything but the Y-axis. Give it a little overhang, like so. That. And then we can array modify that. This is going to be... horizontal. Let's give this an array modifier, like so. Now again, this is not going to be... not going to be location's not going to be applied, or rotation's not going to be applied. And actually I could nah, you know what, screw it. Let's move this up. Yeah, we do something like that. Go ahead and apply that modifier. We'll go into edit mode. Select this face. I'm gonna move this on everything but the Y-axis. About right there. We'll do the same thing with this face right here. Move it on everything but the Y-axis. That'll be good. Those are just a little bit too big, to be honest, but that'll be fine. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Now for this side, what we'll do is we'll take this, ray modify it, put it about right there. We'll move it up on the Z-axis. Let's move it down on the Z. Bump it up just a little, about right like that. Go ahead and apply that. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a completely separate cylinder here. Make a cylinder. Everything but the Z-axis. Everything but the Z-axis. We'll make this a little skinnier. Now we'll scale it on the Z. Let's move this into place here. Rotate it on the Y. Move it up. This one's going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be exact, but again, we're not going for exact. We're going for inspiration, right? I'm not worried about this right here. Nobody's going to see that. So let's go to tab, go to edit mode here. We're going to move this everywhere but the Y-axis. Not like that. So it's a little different because this one is connecting into this rail up here. This one's got an offset. It's very weird how this is set up, but that's what we're going with. All right, we'll go out of edit mode here. Go ahead and give this an array modifier. It's going to be on the x-axis, so we'll just shift that down on the Z as well. And we'll apply it. All right, so this is going to be rail right. And we're going to take all of these and make another collection. We're going to call this there. Call this rail stairs. I'm gonna take all of these, move them into rail stairs. Now we're all organized here. Oh, I just realized we got a little emptiness there. What I'll do is apply this array modifier. We'll go into edit mode. This round bottom, let's get rid of that. We're gonna take this, extrude this down, and we're gonna take this face, we're gonna extrude this down. Now we'll take the stairs. We'll go out of this. We're gonna convert that to an entire mesh. There we go. There we go. That'll work. So the railing is just really weird in this setup. But I think we captured it. We captured it pretty good here. Very odd, awkward setup. That should have a little bit more space on it. And actually, it's got a rail top and then rail horizontal 1. This one and this one. Let's move that over just a little more. There we go. How long have we been going here? About 2 hours? Alright, now we can adjust the camera a little bit as well. Maybe move this on the y-axis a little bit more, which I think gives us the proper perspective. Actually, let's put this back on the y-axis a little more central. Maybe something like this. Then rotate it onto Z. Two, 1, 2. About like that right there. That is money. So you can see we got that little bit of perspective here on these. Rails now. All right. And again, when I put this in Photoshop and everything, you're not going to notice little imperfections and whatnot, so I'm not too concerned about certain things, about the rails looking good. I could spend a lot more time on the rails and put a nice little curve on it, and I'm not going to do that. You got to remember, this is the 80s. Everything was sharp. Like edges were sharp. You know, nothing was clean rounded off in the 80s. Or the 90s. We lived life on the dangerous side. We were always 1 inch away from getting tetanus. All right, what's next? Let's go to build, and let's add a mesh, and let's add another cylinder. And let's go ahead and scale it down. Everywhere except for the Z-axis. This is going to be a little bit bigger because this is going to be the telephone pole or the light pole, right? So we're going to go right about like that. And let's scale this up on the Z. It actually goes out of frame, so right about there should be good, and we'll move it into place. Move it on the X-axis. It's in a very awkward place too, so right about like that. And we'll move it up on the Z-axis, like so. Why I always had bruises and holes in my trousers. Exactly. Lamppost, telephone pole, or telegraph pole. Right. Whatever you want to call it, alright? And it actually extends up past the camera. Which honestly, that might be another tree. No, because there's like a little electric box. That's an electric pole. There's a little electrical box right there, which we're going to add in. It's got a lamp at the top, yes, but it also extends past that, which means there's probably some electrical wires, some cables, right? Running. So we're going to add this little box right here. And actually what we can do to make our life simple here is shift left click, or right click, sorry. And we'll go build. Okay, and cube S to scale it down. Like so. And then S on the X axis. That's the Z axis. Something like that. And then scale it on the Y axis. Something like that. Right. No, exactly. Exactly. And we'll move this down. It's about right where the light's going to be, so probably about right in there. Don't know what that box is there for. Maybe, I'm assuming it just like holds the electrical components for this this light. And for our lamppost, I'm going to do something a little cheaty. All right. It's a squirrel house. Let's do, how about we do street light, like a so. Yeah, floodlight might be another term. I mean, this one would actually work, but it's not that ornate. It's not that fancy, you know. It's more so like what's on there. Well, let's keep looking here. I could always bring one of these models in and like put a cut in the mesh and just move the object that I need. It doesn't even really have to be visible. Really, I could just put a plane up there or a cube. But I would rather have a light up there. Looks like the start of Mr. Bean. How is there not just like a simple street light housing mesh in here? I mean, if I gotta make one, I'll make one. Just trying to make my life easier. There's some electrical boxes. It's nice to know that's in there. Nice to know ya. Let's do it again. Oh, just kidding. Yo, Ian, what's up? What up, Ian? Some studio lights. That's actually nice to know those are in there as well. Let's see. I got a lot of ideas for, you know, some scenes and stuff in my brain. Seeing stuff like this, I might add that to my save favorites so I know where to go to get that. How is there seriously not like a simple street light housing in here? I mean, that's close, kinda. It's too indoorsy, if that makes sense. It's a pyramid. Actually, I might use that pyramid for something in the future. Throw that in there. Isn't it? Yeah, too hotel-y. That's a good way to explain it. This is a good way to explain it. You know, as long as it's taking me to search through here, I could have already made one. I could take this and just clip it into the model. Or I could get fancy and do something like this. Like, it doesn't have to be exact. I'm just going for that 80s boxy square look with this. All right, let's type in light pole, some street lights and whatnot, or some like stop lights. Studio lighting. Oh, goodness me. I could also take this and just clip it in. You know what? Let's see what this looks like. So let's take this mesh and let's X that out, right? Take this, get rid of that. Rotation. Auto smooth. Let's take the modifier. Let's go ahead and apply the modifier. And then let's go into edit mode. Let's go to edge mode. Aha, there is no edge there. Interesting. So what I could do is select this edge right here. Right? Hear me out. Let's go faces. Let's go to X-ray mode. Let's grab all these faces here. Why no grabby that? Why no grabby that? Okay, grabby that. Why no grabby that, though? Grab it. Son of a bitch. Fine, we'll take it back there. Actually, let's take it all the way back to... all the way back to there. How about that? Huh? Huh? You son of a bitch. Separate that. Let's tab out and let's go back out of there. We'll get rid of this and delete that. How about that? And then we'll do this. We're going to get rid of the materials. Call this the light housing. And we're going to move this into just the build folder and get rid of the street light. Boom. Boom, baby. All right. Now I go to N. If I rotate this right now, see, it's going to be doing that right there. It's going to be rotating from this point down here. We don't want that. We don't want that. Let's tab. Let's go to vert mode. Let's grab this vertice. Grab this vertice. Can I not do that? Can I not move that vertice? I need the central point. All right, let's go back to X-ray mode. Let's grab all this. Let's grab faces. Let's grab all that. GZ. GY. There's a way to do it, I just can't remember. I can't remember. Can't do it, Captain. Didn't have the power. There we go. Alright, we'll tab out of that. Get out of X-ray mode. Now we'll grab the light and we'll move it up. It's gonna go right about there. Oh, we need to shade smooth this. Shade smooth that. This. Let's do that. Let's rotate it on the Z axis, and we'll rotate that 90 degrees. Move it on the Y. Right about there. Oh, that was a little Australian right there. Did you hear that? That was pretty good. Kind of proud of myself on that one. And we'll move it out. Right about there. Right about there. How about that? Was it meant to be Australian? Sure. Totally intended for that to sound Australian. For sure. 100%. All right. All right, that's looking pretty good, man. That is looking pretty good, and we'll add the light and everything in here. I'm gonna separate that geometry. Actually, let's go ahead and do that now, so it's ready to rock. Ready to rock and roll. All right. Let's go to the light housing, and we're going to edit mode. Select faces, and let's go into select circle. It's a little more rounded than I wanted it to be, but you know what? It'll do. That'll do. All right, let's hit P to separate that selection into We'll go back into tab object mode there. All right, so here's the housing. So this is the light. All right, light housing and the light. All right, so we'll go to build. We'll add another collection. We'll call this the light. And then we'll grab these two. We'll move these into the light collection. Boom. So we got the housing, right? And then we have the actual light that we're going to add an emissive material to. Let's shift S, put that cursor back to world origin. All right, we're looking good here. Huh? I think the only thing left to do before we get into like shading and stuff like that is gonna be adding the trees and the bicycles. We're gonna put the bikes in. I'm not gonna put any character models in. Now I could do character models, right? I do have an entire character creation thing here that I could do. Like I can add height, we could do short, average. So like I can actually create human meshes and I can pose them and all of that stuff. I can put clothes on them and make it look like somebody. And actually, I do actually have. Let's, you know what? We may add the characters. All right, we may add the characters. Let's do default rig. Let's go ahead and rig them, right? And then I know he looks a little weird, doesn't he? But from behind with the shadows and stuff, like, trust me, you won't notice. You won't notice anything. So we'll go to assets here. We'll go to pose library, right? And in pose library, I have some bicycle stuff right here. Boom. Bicycle. Henry Cyclist normal. And then, like, I can pose their legs down. Why are the hands so huge? Bro, those hands are huge. Those hands are big. This is just a base mesh, though, okay? So, like, I can go into model, right? I can go to... I go to hands, right? And I can do an overall shape of the hands. To the left and the right. Right? All right. So we'll make it 0.69, right? 69. Nice. Now it's messing things up because I've already rigged it. You always want to do your modeling and stuff before you rig it. But like I said, it's not going to be visible because they're going to be on their bikes. He needs to see a doctor with that leg, right? Also, there's not a whole lot of topology on these deals here. So if I go, hold up, let's move you out to build, just into the build folder. Collapse that. We'll grab you. We'll grab the rig. Actually, let's grab the pose. We'll get rid of the pose, right? And then human. We need to move this back out. We'll move this back out to the build. And then we'll get rid of... Yes, so the rig is gone. Okay, the rig is gone. And then... what was I going to do? Oh, yes. I do this and I tab into edit mode. So there's not a whole lot of like faces and stuff to work with. I could subdivide this again. So like if I do this and I right click and subdivide. Right? That's going to add more. Oh, that turned it into a female. But that's going to add more faces and stuff. Right? So, you know, there's stuff that I could do to make it work, right? And from a distance, you're not going to notice the imperfection in them anyways, because in this photo, all we're looking for is the silhouettes, right? Maybe a little bit of color. And then obviously the hair. Obviously this is Robin. And this is Will. And then you got the two bikes. So, you know, there's things that I could do to make it work. Don't get a ban. This is educational, so it's acceptable. Okay. It's acceptable. I can show booty and boobies in character models, as long as there's no texture on the skin that shows nippleage. All right? Let's go to favorites. There is let's do this, and then bike. There it is. We'll grab this, bring this in, right? So we have a blue bicycle. We're gonna blue bicycle 1, okay? And we're actually gonna drag a second one in instead of just doing a Shift D on that. Collapse that so it's out of the way. And then we have another blue bicycle. Oh, it's in the blue bicycle. Let's move this into build. Let's actually move this into build as well. Let's get rid of this folder. Blue bike 1 and blue bike 2. 1 and 2. All right. Now I could rotate these on the Z axis. My thought was to just leave the bikes as they are with no characters. Let's move them on the X, move them on the Y, and let's scale them down. About like so. Actually, I'm gonna actually get rid of that. I'm gonna grab this one. I'm gonna Shift D this. GY, create a second one so they are identical, right? So that was kind of my thought right there, was to have them kind of off on an angle. I'll put a kickstand modeled in on them and have them leaning just a little bit like they were left there. Turn the wheels a little bit. Now, I could put the characters in there standing on their bikes, but something, I don't know, something about this setup speaks to the artist in me a little more. I don't know. Like, because in this scene, right, the mystery is... Okay, so, without giving any spoilers, Robin and Will are on their way to do something, okay? They get to this scene. It's the edge of the woods, right? Light out here, dark in there, right? So they're portraying like, hey, we're fixing to enter into the red zone, I guess is a good way to put it, right? So that's the shot right there. That is what they're trying to portray in this shot. They're on the edge of danger and going on a mission, right? So the mystery there is in this shot. The mystery in this shot right here is what lies beyond the woods. What are they fixing to get into beyond the woods? Okay. Now, if I get rid of the figures, right? Robin and Will are off their bikes. The bikes are just left here in the street light. There's fog, right? Darkness. Mystery then becomes, where did they go? What's happening? What's going on in the woods? Right? I don't know. Maybe that's just my brain. My brain is thinking that. That's what I think when I see that. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Explain to me your thoughts. Everyone was abducted by aliens. Perfect. Perfect. Money. All right, so Bicycle 1, and let's rename this to Bicycle 2. All right, Bicycle 1. Let's shift this over just a little more, right about like that. And we'll bring it forward a little bit. And then what we need to do is let's get this open. Let's go to item. Let's get that z-axis back to 0 for a minute. Just kidding. 90. Just kidding. Negative 90. The other thing I'm thinking is rude. What, everybody died? And let's rotate this slightly on the x-axis, right? Like a so. Now, I would like to turn the wheel a little bit, but I don't think the model is set up that way. So what I could do is actually, I could do something similar to what I did to the lamppost, and I go in and separate the geometry. Orgy in the woods. There it is. There it is. Well, see, Robin is a lesbian. So, and Will, I haven't confirmed it yet because I haven't finished watching season 5. So I don't know if that's the story that they're going with, but I kind of picked up on that vibe in season 4. Will is gay. I think. Don't spoil it for me, but I think. So, Robin is a lesbian and Will is gay. Robin is a lesbian for sure. 100%. That's confirmed. That was confirmed in season 3. All right, so with the mesh, we're actually going to leave the textures the way they are on this particular model. And what I want to do is go into edit mode. We're going to go into X-ray mode. Let's get rid of this. Let's hide that. I'm on vertices select. I want face select. Now I'm going to shift select these faces, right? Shift select these faces. And then maybe get in here. And let's go into select circle and let's shift click these. Yeah. Select those. We'll go back into the select box. And let's go right about there. We'll shift click all of this. Shift click select all of that. Oh my goodness, I hate this camera. Now let's do this. Pivot. There we go. I think I got them all. I thought I heard Barb. Barb. Have you seen Barb? Oh, poor Barb. All right. Now let's mass select all of this, right? And then let's mass select all of that. Now if I did a rotate on the Z-axis, so see, that's going to stretch the faces. So there's a way I could do that. I could separate it into its own geometry. Which might be the way to go. So if I select this and I separate those, right? And now I'm going to take this and I'm going to get out of edit mode. I'm going to grab this and I'm going to move this into build. Just kidding. I'm gonna go to build right here, and I'm gonna go bike 1. I'm gonna grab this and this. I'm gonna move it into bike 1. All right, we're gonna call this front wheel. Okay. And then within this, I'm going to go back into edit mode. I'm going to go face select in X-ray mode. I'm going to grab all this and I'm going to separate this selection. I'm going to get out of that tab, go back into object mode. We're going to call this handlebars. See? See, senor? It's bugging me that these are spaced because nothing else is spaced. My file organization is getting a little out of whack. I don't like it. Bike 01, handlebars, bike. And actually, here's what's going to happen with this one. I'm going to take this and delete it because I'm just going to duplicate this one when I'm done. Cube. What is this? What cube is this? That's that. So let's call that electrical box. Right? Give that a capital E, please. Cylinder, this is going to be the... And just for you, I am going to title it Lamppost. And what else? Electrical box. Yep. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Everything is in order. Beautimus. All right. Now, let's take front wheel, right? Let's get out of X-ray mode. And let's Z negative. Rotate Z. Okay, so that is still rotating on that location. Okay, so if I go to edit mode, I go back into this, select all of that. Let's GX. Let's move that back to that. Then hold on, let me check the transform on this. So the Z is 0.32844. I am not going to remember that. So right pins. Go. 0.3 0.32844. Actually, I need to get out of edit mode. Take a look at the Z. Location 0. So I didn't even need to do that. Didn't even need to do that. Fantastic. Love it. I didn't even realize I was in edit mode. All right, let's go ahead and grab all these. We're going to bring this down. It's right there. Where to you? We're going to move this right about like that. All right, so that's going to set the location of that in reference to the central point of that object, if that makes any sense. All right, we'll do that. And then we're going to GZ this to 0. See, now that's going to 0 at that point. Okay. All right, we'll just have to eyeball it. That's fine. I could set the world cursor right there and just move to world cursor. But I like to make my life difficult. That'll work. It's not going to be noticeable. All right, let's grab this one. And this one's also going to be the same way. So we need to go to edit mode. We'll grab all of these. Z down. Oh my goodness. Put that in X-ray mode. Grab all those. Nah, you're not going to see the front. And that's a thing that I kind of struggle with a lot too when I'm doing these still scenes like this is, you know, an artist and an animator understands, like, if it's not going to be seen, if it's not going to be visible, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm if you notice, here's the camera view, right? I'm modeling to what's in the camera view, not what's out here on the sides, right? And that's something that I kind of struggle with sometimes. It's like, I want everything to be perfect, right? All right, let's GZ and right there. Y X X just a little bit. X Y. All right, tab out of edit mode, get out of X-ray mode, Z, X, move it back into place here. All right, good enough. On the Z, rotate it like that. There is no kickstand modeled on this bike, but I don't think the kickstand is going to be visible anyways. Heading my work in tomorrow for what? Handing my work in tomorrow for my web design course. Oh, nice. Took me a second to read that message. All right, so we're going to select the front wheel, the handlebar, and then the bicycle. I'm going to right click. Wait a minute. Let's do the front wheel, the handlebars, and then the bicycle. Right click in here, convert to mesh. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. Convert to... Oh, there's the set origin right there. Join into an active object. Okay. Front wheel. Okay, handlebars and this, and then right click, join. There we go. Now, are my materials still there? Yes, all the materials are still there. So if I go to render, yes. Perfect. Try to do too much and mess it up, but it fixes it. Yeah, sometimes that'll happen. Sometimes that'll happen. All right, so bike. Let's go to bike 1. Let's get rid of that collection. There we go. Bike 1. Rotate on the Z. Like so. Bike 1. Shift duplicate. GY. Maybe put it right about there. Bike 2. Y. Let's move this over a little bit more, like so. We'll take bike 2, rotate this on a Z a little more. Maybe like that. Rotate this on the Z a little less. So it's not perfect, right? It's not perfectly aligned or anything. Yeah, that'll work. And you can't even really tell there's no kickstand, right? It would be hidden behind the tire anyways if there was one. So, not too concerned about it. Coming along, huh? Coming along. All right, bike 1, bike 2. Got everything labeled in here. Camera's good. All right, next up, trees. Yeah. Lay trees. Let's go with pine tree. Yeah. Tree first. Let's grab this tree. We're gonna have to scale that way down. Let's grab this tree. I have to scale that way down. Hey, what's up, stranger? Would have given up ages ago. That's fair. So, now, this show was filmed in Georgia, around Atlanta and surrounding areas in Georgia, okay? Georgia has a lot of pine trees. Now, the show was based off of Indiana, right? Indiana also does have quite a few pine trees. Now, I could throw an oak in there. Just to throw an oak in there, right? I know, right? Have you been on server at all? All right, so let's throw this tree in there. Let's go to render view. And let's swap that to cycles. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. All right, so we'll go back to EV and we'll go back out. All right, hold on one second, guys. All right, I'm back. Oh yeah, Christmas and New Year's was, you know, it was what it was. You haven't talked to anyone on server yet? Oh no. Well, I mean, there's nothing really bad going on in the server. It's just there's a couple of bad eggs, and between there's a handful of people that have kind of showed their hand a little, and yeah, you know, it's nothing crazy. Don't let that. Like, it's definitely ruined. It definitely ruined my vibe a little, for sure. And I've been away from the server for a little bit. I haven't really been getting on all that much, but you know, that's gonna change. I also haven't really been live streaming at all either. I haven't really felt like live streaming. So, you know, there is that as well. All right, let's scale these trees down. Something manageable. Right, so I'm thinking maybe something about like that. This tree can get scaled down. Maybe a little more, like a so. And then this tree can get scaled down quite a bit. Like that. All right, so let's take this tree. Let's move it back. I need these trees to be bigger. I knew the perspective was going to change. All right. Now let's get this. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I had plans to live stream into New Year's, and I streamed for about 8.5 hours New Year's Eve, and then I started having internet problems, and it killed my vibe. So I was like, you know what, screw this. I'm just gonna have to cut it. You know. I know it's complicated, but this is like blown. It's really not that difficult. It really isn't. All right, so let's move some trees around here. So it looks like we got 2 trees over this way. Maybe scale it up. Move it down on the Z-axis a little bit. Like that. Maybe move it over on the Y a little bit. Like that. And then let's grab this tree. Let's move it on the Y. Over here, we'll scale it up. Move it down on the Z-axis. We'll let these branches collide a little, right? It doesn't need to be like perfect. Let's actually take it down a little more to fill in that blank void space in the bottom there. We'll scale it up a little. Bring it down just about like that. Maybe rotate it on the Z a little bit. Maybe something a little like that. Still don't get my nephew's computer and my sister have been... No, listen, you just gotta go down there and be like, yo, just kick the door in. Kick the door in. That's all you gotta do. Just show up unannounced, kick the door in, and demand the computer. All right. Yeah, I was live for the UK New Year. Yes. Still need to watch Stranger Things. Stranger Things is amazing. I don't care what anyone says about Stranger Things. Stranger Things is incredible. Amazing show. Amazing show. Don't let anyone tell you any different. All right, so let's move this back a little bit, maybe right there. Let's dupe this tree. Did that duplicate that tree? Duplicate objects. Let's take this, and let's duplicate. Can I not duplicate this? All right, so I'm just gonna have to bring it in again. Bring it in. All right, we'll bring it in again. Oh. I'm watching season 5 currently. Don't want it anymore, buying my own. There you go. At least you'll know exactly what you have, right? All right, you know what we need to do, actually? We're getting to the point now to where we could do a material previews. Maybe even a render preview, right? So here's what I want to do. Let's go ahead and minimize all these. Go ahead and minimize the camera, minimize the build. All right, let's go to world. And let's change this to an environment texture. What we'll do is let's grab an HDRI. First, let me check Discord. All right, let's grab an HDRI. Let's go night. We need a good night HDRI. Preferably with just the night sky. Go to skies and just see what we can get here. Watching some of the last few episodes since my fiance's super into it. I had no idea what was going on. Yeah, so I'm on season 5. I'm on episode 4 of season 5. I started to watch episode 4, and I stopped watching it last night. And went to bed. But yeah, definitely watch from the very beginning. From the very beginning. And Lola is absolutely obsessed with Barb. All right. It's a little unhealthy. I'm just kidding. You know what? Maybe we'll just go with this. Yeah, let's go with this. We'll grab that, and we'll go ahead and drop it into my HDRIs folder. Pasta that in there. Alright, so we'll open. Let's go to HDRIs, and that's the Stara Night. And let's bring the strength down. Don't want a whole lot of strength, right? Let's go 0.001. 0.002. We need a little more. Need a little more. 0.003. Let's go 0.005. How about 0.05? All right, that might work. Now, I don't have any... No, I need that lower. I need that to be like 0.03. Maybe a little less. Maybe 0.02. 0.01. 0.009. We're getting there. 8.008. Yeah. I think that'll be a good darkness. Don't worry about how dark it is up here. We're gonna add a light there, and we're gonna add a light over here off to the side, right? Because we got a bit of a bloom over here. Some kind of light. But you can see we're starting to come along here. Right? This Blender thing is so... Listen, this Blender for me is so much fun. I absolutely love Blender. I love doing things in Unity and Unreal Engine 5. Hell, even Godot, which is another game engine. So much fun. So much fun. The only character I know is Steve, since he's dead. Is it? Oh, he isn't dead. Dead by that. I don't play DBD, but like I know a lot of people that do. I didn't know he was in there. Steve is one of my favorite characters. Dustin and Steve are my two favorite characters. Those two together are freaking awesome. Okay, now there is a character in season 4. I'm not going to spoil anything. They were a third favorite. When you watch season 4, you'll understand. His hair is amazing. Steve has amazing hair. Steve absolutely has amazing hair. Now, also, we got to keep in mind that we're also in Eevee render engine here. So if we go to cycles, totally changes the depth of field there. And I may need to make this light pole just a little skinnier. We'll see what it looks like when I get the... When I get the light on and the texture, plus all the rest of the trees. I have way too many hours in that game, and I don't even play it anymore. That's fair. See, I played it once a long time ago with a friend, a streamer friend on Twitch, and I don't know, like, it was fun, and then I kind of got bored with it, you know? Yeah, you probably know which character I'm talking about in season 4. Loved him. Demo Dog, yeah. Demogorgon, Demo Dog, yeah, Demo. Yeah. All right, let's expand our build. Let's take... So if we do this, let's expand all of this here. So let's select here to here. And let's move them into build. I gotta rename all of these. So let's grab all the way down to here. Let's move them into build. Get rid of those. All right, pine tree. Let's select hierarchy. Okay, so that's that one. Let's call this pine tree 1. Which one is this? Let's select the hierarchy. This is pine tree. This is gonna be pine tree 2, 2. Pine tree 2. .002. All right. Select this hierarchy. What's this one? Select this hierarchy. All right, this one's going to be Pine tree 02.001. Let's go and throw that back into Eevee so that doesn't kill my system. And we'll go into material preview for now. It can be very repetitive, yeah. And that's kind of where I got with it myself, was like it was just super repetitive, but then again, like, what game isn't? Like, you know, Call of Duty. I played Call of Duty a lot. It is like Warzone and multiplayer, and like, yeah, okay, it's fun for a little bit, but it is so freaking repetitive. Rinse and repeat. So repetitive. And I just got tired of it. And there's people that literally play Call of Duty every single day, all day. That's it. That's all they play. Call of Duty. Right? And then Farm Sim got to be the same way with me. You know? Farm Sim is just super repetitive. You start a farm, you harvest stuff, you plant stuff, you sell stuff. Done. Doesn't matter what map it's on, it's the same thing over and over, and it just got super repetitive for me. And I couldn't do it anymore. Dustin's the only kid who can act, in my opinion. So yeah, Dustin's good. I thought Max was pretty good. Sadie Sink, she's pretty good. Erica, the one who plays Lucas's little sister, she's a hoot. She's a handful. She's pretty good. Now, that's out of the kids, right? Then that's not including, you know, Nancy and Robin, and like, I absolutely love Robin's character. Or it's Maya Hawk, I think is her name. Yeah, Robin is the character though. This music does not fit the picture at all, and I love it. Hey, listen, I can put some lo-fi on. I was gonna do like a chill lo-fi synth type playlist, but I didn't get around to getting that set up. Played COD once, died 13 times in the first minute, and got no one. Yeah, and then that just makes you not want to play it anymore. Totally get it. All right, this one, select the hierarchy. That's going to be this one. This is going to be Pine Tree 3. All right, so let's grab another one of these Pine Tree 1s. Select the hierarchy. Let's shift D. That, and G, Y, X. We want it to clip, like, wrap around this pole just a little bit, because you can see, like, there's some stuff here. It looks like there's actually a super small tree right here. So we may shrink one of these down and stick it right there. Like that. Then you got some bigger trees right here, which is going to be these two. Some branches coming down in front of it a little bit. I think that'll work. Let's go to render view. Can't really see it, but it's there. I need to move that tree forward just a little bit. let's grab this tree, which is which one is it? Pine tree 2002? Select hierarchy? Pine tree 2003, select hierarchy. There it is. GX. Let's move it forward just a smidge. And then let's duplicate it. Scale it down. Way down. Move it up to about right there. Let's put it right about there. That might be all we need for tree. We may put another tree over here. Actually, let's take pine tree. Which one is this? Select higher. This one right here. Let's take this one. Duplicate it. And let's move it across. Or let's move it back a little. Let's move it across first. Something like that. And let's scale it up a little bit. Like this. Let's take pine tree. This one. Select hierarchy. Shift D. Let's move it across the Y-axis right there. Rotate it just a little bit. Give it some variation. Like that. Maybe one more tree right here in the middle. Let's take... Select hierarchy. That's Y. Z. Scale it down just a little bit. Actually, maybe scale it up. Rotate on the Z, give it some variation. Like so. Not quick enough, yeah. Do you do each tree? How many trees? So I just usually what I'll do is I'll pick like 2 or 3 different trees for a scene, different variations. Like for this scene, I got 3 different variants of trees, of pine trees, and then I just duplicate them, rotate them, scale them down, scale them up, move them around, mix them up, you know. And then when you go into render, can't see anything in the background. You see some silhouettes of trees, right? And then what's going to happen is when we go into adding this light right here, which let's actually do that. Select this object. Go to material. We'll add a new material. We'll call this light. And then now what I could have done to make it a little more optimized was I could have done an Alt D instead of Shift D. Alt D just creates another instance of the tree instead of a whole new mesh of the tree, which is what I did, and that might be killing my frames a little. But I'm not too worried about it because this is not going to be an animated scene. It's going to be a still shot. So, not too much of a big deal. So let's go into shading. And let's get in here. Let's get in here just a little, huh? I want a view of the light right there. So, what I want to do is I want to close this. This scene right here, I want my reference image. Open that. Something like that'll be fine. And then this over here is going to be, nope, not my UV editor, my shader editor. Nephew's making a game for his exams. Nice. Hell yeah. Now let's get that nodes and properties closed up. All right, so for this, what we're gonna do is actually we don't even really need to do anything. We need like a yellow color here, right? Maybe yellowish orange color. Yep. Yeah. And then the emission is also gonna actually, hold up. Let's grab this. Let's grab this. Let's copy that color code. And then let's go to emission and let's drop this color code in there. All right. And then let's do this. All right, maybe something like, maybe get a view, something like this so we could see it. All right. Now, emission, we're going to crank up the emission. Something like that. And then for the strength, let's go to materials. Here we go. All right, that's fine. It's getting there. It is getting there. All right, now we got that done. So what we need to do now is actually add the light. Let's go to material preview. All right, and we'll go back to layout. And then let's collapse build. Let's go to lighting now. Let's add some lighting in. I need to get some texture still, but I want the lighting in first. And we can adjust everything as needed. So lighting, let's get a spotlight. Okay. Now let's move this spotlight into place here. Out just a little bit, move it up. Right about there. I may have to move that tree with that branch in the way. All right, so for the spotlight, I should say. Take this into render, go to cycles. Go to light data. Color. I'm going to paste that same color into this. We're going to crank the power. Crank it up to like 300. Yeah, I'm gonna need to move that tree. Go to material preview. It's gonna be this back tree. Yeah, actually this tree right here. So let's go to build. Let's go to pine tree. Which one is it? Pine tree 3? No, pine tree 2. Here it is. Go ahead and take this, select the hierarchy, rotate it on the Z-axis, and let's get those branches out of the way. There we go, much better. Much better. All right, now radius. We're going to give this radius. Crank this radius. Too much exposure. Let's bring that back just a little more. Maybe around 2.8. All right, perfect. Then we're going to add the moonlight off in the distance, off to the side there, and that's going to balance out this whole scene. And then, of course, we got to put some volumetric fog and stuff like that in. All right, so let's stop killing my system for a minute. Actually, you know what? Let's make that beam a little wider. Let's go to render view in there. Maybe something like that. All right, let's not kill my system now. All right. All right. So this is gonna be the street light. I mean, it's not really a street, but you know, it's on a light pole. It's on a lamp post, as our fellow friend across the pond says there. All right, in lighting, we're gonna grab another light, and this time, you know what? We're still gonna do a spot. Let's bring it down about right there. And let's take it off screen right there. And we will now point the light. I want the light for the moon to be about right about there. Just kidding. Maybe something like that. Bring it back. About like that. So instead of doing a 3-point light system, we're doing a 2-point. So much anger for lampposts. So typically when you're, which I mean, I guess technically we do have 3 light sources, right? So we have our lamppost right here, which is the background, right? I think that's how you call that. That would be the background, right? Here's the foreground light. Or is this the foreground and this is the background? I can't remember. Anyways, you got one right there. You got one off to the side, and then the environment itself is casting its own light. We'll call this moon. Let's go ahead and throw this into render up here. And let's crank this up to about 200. Go about right there with it. Crank up the emission just a little bit. Something like that. My GPU is screaming at me right now because I'm streaming and doing this right now. Now, what we need to do is in the camera, category, we're going to add a cube. Actually, I need to add textures and stuff first. Ground bottom. All right, so let's go to shading. We'll go to material preview. So in shading, we're going to go ahead and grab a new material. We're going to call this material ground. And in here, we're going to need noise texture. We're going to need a bump node. What else are we gonna need? We're gonna need a color ramp. All right, so I think color goes into factor. Color goes into normal. This goes into base color. This goes into normals. I think that's set up correctly. So for the black, give it like a brown color. And actually let's shift back over to Eevee. Crank the roughness up. Detail. Distance, we're going to bring up a little bit. And then no, color is going to go into height. All right, I think I might be doing this a little wrong. I think I'm missing a node. I can't remember what the other node was. Go ahead and save the project. Let's see. Triangle, square thingy. Yeah, let's open up this project real quick. I need to look at the... Let's go to plane. Let's go to shading. Aha. Ha 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 ha. So we have a noise texture, right? And then a color ramp into the bump that goes into height. And then that goes into normal. All right. And then we also have the color going into a color ramp here. And then that all goes into the BSDF, into the material output. Okay, so we're just missing another color ramp. Yeah. Okay. We'll shift that over there. Shift that back to where it was. Leave the colors, though. We're going to do that, and then we'll get rid of that. Add another color ramp. Goes into factor, then color goes into height. All right, let me let that sit for a minute. The Battle Cats. No idea what that is, but okay. All right, here we go. Now I can see. Detail is up. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. You have an upside down. I do have an upside down. That would be cool. I could flip it and do an upside down below it. Let's crank up the distance. Normal. Yeah, here we go. Now let's crank up the scale. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Now, been going for 4 hours. Go ahead and start adding some textures here. We may add a legit wood texture here. Let's go here. Let's go to wood. Would I? Bark willow, maybe. We don't want like tree bark. But we do want a rough texture, right? Rough wood, here we go. Let's download that. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Delete that nonsense. All right, material. A wood pole. Shading. All right, so we want to go from there into search. We want a what do we want? What do we want? We want a bump. So let's take the bump, or let's take the color. We'll go into height, and then from normal. No. We'll go there. And then we'll go straight into there. So from there, what we want is a texture noise. Noise texture. Duh. So from color, we're going to go to vector. It's a very blue bike. It's coming along. It's coming along. It's getting there. Jamie, welcome in. Appreciate the sub. Much appreciated. How are you doing today? All right, so we need to texture the... Actually, I think I need to darken that brown just a little bit on the pole. Actually, no. I need to shrink the pole a little bit. No, that's fine. We'll leave the pole the way it is. I need to add a texture to that box and the housing, which will probably be the same texture, probably just like a gray or something like that. Like a gray metal. And I may tuck that box back behind the pole just a little more, so it's not as visible. And then we need to texture this stuff. So for the rails, we need to do a white. And then we need to do the color for the wall and the stairs. So rails, lamppost items. Huh? I got you, Lola. The housing for the light and the box, rails, wall, stairs. We're almost done. And then I need to add the volumetric fog and all of that stuff. And then I'll give you guys a rough view of what the render will look like. And I'm going to have to render it off stream because it does not like trying to render something in cycles while I'm streaming. All right. Let's go to material preview. Let's go to build. Let's grab pine trees. Select hierarchy. Select. Probably doesn't help that I got a billion trees in here as well. All right, there we go. Now I can get to this box without fighting with things. It's an electric pole thing with a spotlight attached. There you go. There you go. All right, let's move this box. Like that, and then we'll go to shading. Yeah, it's like a power pole is what it is. It's got, you know, power wires on it, phone wires, light wires, electrical stuff. Which it doesn't in here, but it does in the reference. All right, let's create a new material. We'll call this metal 1. I guess 91. I'm not, you know what, I'll change that. Metal 1. Metal 1 is gonna be a base color of like grayish, blackish color, whatever. We'll do something like that. We'll take the roughness down a little bit. And then I'm going to give it a noise and a bump. And a color ramp. Maybe. Bump, and then another color ramp, right? All right, so this one's going to go into here. This one's going to go into height. This is going to go into normal. This is going to go into factor. This is going to go into color. There we go, just a little texture to it. Give that the same texture. All right, next up. Boop, boop, ba-doo, boo. Let's grab this floor up here, the ground. Let's go to material. We'll call this ground. Or we'll give that the ground texture. All right, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to do a noise texture. Color ramp. Another color ramp. And a bump. All right, let's take these. Control C that. New material. Orange wall. And paste these in. Shift them over. Color into there. Normal into there. Like these. Copy this. Go into here. New material. White wall. Paste those in there. Get a color to color, normal to normal. Get a bit of an off-white, you know. Something like that. Oh, man. That's coming along. Just got to get the rails, which will do a little bit of a off. We'll do a little bit of an off-white for the rails. Maybe mix some brown or red in there for some rust effect. But I think just a white will be fine for that. And then a stone kind of color for, or stone material for the stairs. And then we'll add the volumetric fog. We'll adjust the lighting and the focal point of the camera itself. We're almost done. We're almost done. And that was in, I think that was actually in, no, that's in cycles. All right. Let's go materials. Let's actually, I wonder if we could just apply the white wall texture to the rails. So rail top, rail horizontal. Let's see what that looks like. Just throw the white wall on there. All right, almost there. Need the stairs. The material preview there. We'll go to stairs. And for the stairs, I think I'm actually going to bring in a stone texture. So it's in brick. Literal bricks. That's what that is. Actually, hold up. Plaster and concrete. Let's see what we got in here. Rough concrete. Now I can change that. Painted concrete. I could add a bump node to that. I could change the cut. I do like that distressed look on that, though. I might go with that. This one's decent. I could just make that darker, add a little more texture to it. I think we might go with this one. See what this looks like. It's got that distressed look. I'll put a little bump texture on it. Actually, you know what? Instead of making more work for myself, let's go with this. We'll download this. Call it stone stairs here. Let's get a little closer up on the stairs. Right about there should be fine. Close the lighting, camera. Let's go to build. Stairs. Go with something like that, and then we'll drag this in. don't know if I like that. I don't like it. Try it this way. Ah, there we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. Get a save in. All right, texture's done. Let's go to build. Let's grab a cube. Scale it up. We're gonna call this fog. We're actually going to move this into the camera. We're going to change this to a principled volume. Call this fog. Going to shading. Point 1. Hold up. I'm missing something here. Material preview, save. That's a principled volume. Let's go to shading. Yeah, it's just change the density. Oh, change it to volume. That's right. That's what I forgot. Whoops. So from surface to volume. And then we're going to put this at 0.1. Mess with some lighting. My light's a little more yellow. Let's get a save in real quick. Maybe too much volumetric fog. All right, well, there's a preview. I'm going to mess with some of the lighting and the fog a little bit off stream. And then I'll render it out and take it into Photoshop, do my post editing, and I'll post it up in the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord for anyone that's not in it. And see the final results. I just can't render it while I'm live because I need to get my second GPU and everything. So, but that is going to wrap it up for this stream. That is a preview of the final results. Yep. All right. Appreciate y'all hanging around. I will catch you guys next time. That's going to do it for me tonight. Peace.